Hello everybody, it's TechStack here. Okay. Late night, cold in the house, hoodie night. Get my Trello ready. Let's demo what I did earlier today. So, after the conversation last night, decided that there's probably value in doing what Andrew led me to come up with, right? And that was to use colliders instead of a box cast, basically. Turn my headset down. There you go. Yeah. So if I'm in here, we've got gizmos on. I'm gonna pause the game just so I can select my character, because it will show then. I believe that was all I needed. Yeah. So you can see I've got a collider set up around him now that defines the area that you can attack in, right? By the way, if you've never done this before, you can turn gizmos on in the game window. I don't know why I wasn't doing that the other day. It's much easier than what I was doing the other day. Anyway, so this means that we can attack that guy as long as his collider is in that collider. And it's that simple. That means we can easily define what ours looks like from here in Unity, right? So his swing's going to be all the way through here, all the way over to there. So directly in front of him, a little bit above, a little bit below. Same over here, same up there, same down here. So it makes sense that it's going to be in that kind of an arc, right? But I took it a step further. I went and gave the enemy the same. So if we look at our knight, his is set up the same. So he, if he were to swing at me right now, would actually hit me down here. I get in there with my body, not my head, right? So on my character, we've got different colliders set up. You expand those colliders. So we've got a box collider that's down here, and another collider that's up here for his arrow hit area, right? So let's go back to the knight. That box is down here. So my feet are not yet in his visible area for collisions. And as soon as I take a step forward, they are, and he starts hitting me. So what's that mean for us? It means it feels a little bit better, right? I can hit him when I think I should hit him because visually my arc is there where it's hitting, actually. My sword goes where it's attacking. This is about the feel of the game, right? Every improvement in the feel of the game makes me believe that this game can be a thing, right? That people will actually be interested in. Now, what I don't like right now is this, right here. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah. When you get in a swinging match with this guy, he wins every time. Like, how is that possible that I am not hitting it just right and he is every time? I don't like that. I want the player to have a slight advantage over him, right? I want the enemies to have to kind of gang up on you just a little bit, right? I don't want it to be a complete stomp down every time you play the game. Because, like, there's literally no way to hit that guy when you get in that situation. Like, you can walk away from him and come back, but if his direction is towards you, he is going to see you, he's going to hit you, he is going to swing first and succeed in it, and it's annoying. So it doesn't feel right. Right? So let's open up the script here. Actually, I know what it is. There's a couple things. The cooldown between attacks is too low for a swing type, right? When he is set to bow, that's a pretty good feel, right? The bow animation takes a little bit of time. Actually, I didn't set him to bow. Let's set him to bow here. It just feels better, right? And that's an important thing in a game. Like, it has to feel right. I'm going to say feel a lot. Come on, shoot me. You can see me. You know, shoot at me. Stop trying to go in the house, doofus. Need to fix that. His AI. We need to like somehow check to see if it's pathable, and if it's not, don't bother going there. Okay, now you go in there, you're gonna find me. Bink, you found me. Okay, now shoot at me. One. See, he's got a delay there. It's decent. He's not just spammy spam face. Now there he is spamming it, but it feels right. Like there's distance between us. I can move out of the way of it. So let's go in for the close stuff. Switch him back to a swing attack. And let's put his cooldown to like 2, right? It needs to be longer. I also think that his swing distance is a bit high. So let's put it down to like 0.7 now. And that's the other thing. I might end up changing his logic to check to see if you're in that bounding box before he tries to swing. And that will give you another split second to try and react, right? So I'm just gonna spam click and see. Okay, I hit him once and twice. It's more of an even match, right? He got me once, but I got in the majority of the times. That's a good thing in my mind. We need that little bit of mechanic to make it feel like a game. Where you have an ability to win it. Oh, come on. I do have the ability to switch to my bow, and like that is just gonna get him every time, right? Because right now in this mode, like I can infinitely swing or shoot my bow. Cooldown between attacks at 2 seems pretty decent. So why don't I do this? I will start up on another card on my Trello. And it will just be like general notes. Okay, and in this I'm going to do one for enemies. And in here I'm going to say things like swing attack feels good at 0.7 distance. And 2 for cooldown between attacks. All right, that way we know. That way we know what it needs to be set at later. Because as I build multiple enemies, these are the kind of things that it's like I just had to set that for each enemy, kind of thing. Because if he's on range, then those numbers to be different. Back for range, let's go ahead and put on there. Range should be 1-ish for cooldown. This is not inventory screen. Why did I leave it at inventory screen? Late night stream, sure. That's a better name for it. Okay, let's get that off there. So back into Unity. Trying to think what else there was. I think that's it for that one. I mean, this was... the timing was kind of what I was worried about. Let's try this thrust. We've never tried it, so let's see what it does. I don't remember what thrust weapon we have for him, even. He's gonna walk all the way over there. And he's just using his regular attack, okay. I must not have coded for that one yet. Interesting. Let's put him back on swing just so he behaves normal. We'll code that at another time. In fact, let's add that as a to-do. Enemy thrust attack type. Come on. What else do I have in my inventory screen? I already did that. Lighting, enemy thrust attack, puzzle types, story, drops, enemy drops. We kind of half done with that one. Pushable limits. Let's go check that out. I thought we finished that one off, but for some reason I left it in there. Let's go to the right scene. Wow, Mr. Me6, that was long enough delay in telling everybody that mine's actually streaming. Jeez, dude. Let's go here, and where are their pushables? Pushable right here. You are set up to limit in what? Should limit, okay. Did I set it so it only goes one? I think I did. I did. So it freezes all constraints at that point. Okay. Works for me. Oh, no. So, done. And that's what I just did with the ranges. That one's done. I'll show this off. I know it's probably not like amazing, but I'm making an attempt to make my own art. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. So this is like the starting point for it, right? Like this is going to be the dungeon type thing. I need to basically insert these corners in and then draw kind of a line down there, and that'll be the corner piece, right? That represents what is it? This type of thing, right? So I am trying to see how well I can do this. I don't know if it's gonna work, but we're gonna try. Tempted to work more on this dungeon. I should be set up the forest area. Kind of get the lay of the land for the overworld. See what kind of inspired me. Let's do that. Let's go to the forest and see if we can get inspired by what to do there. Come on. Unity, what are you doing? Jeez. I guess let's copy this. Copy it. Copy path. Control D. There you go. And we're gonna name this forest. We're gonna open that level. That's funny. What is that tile? Oh, it's that. Okay. Now that we're in the forest, we can get rid of these dummy targets. We can get rid of the fire pits. The night. Entry points needs to stay. Dummy target can go. That needs to stay. We're not gonna have a house, so we can get rid of from house. Oh, that's the wrong key. CM Confiner needs to stay. Deco can basically go at this point. Oh wait, let's keep the objects there, the containers there. We're not gonna have hay, we're not gonna have wheat. We'll have miscellaneous. We'll have trees. There we go. Just trying to get the structure down basically, right? Prefab bus objects, you're all gonna go for now. Hey, Royal Potatoes. How's it going? Thank you for saying something. It's been quiet so far in the stream. I know it's late, but it's good to hear from people that they're alive. Gosh, how am I gonna do this? So basically anything that's on the collision layer needs to get killed. Yes, you're alive. Do we start the terrain from there so it matches up? That's an option. There's really nothing that says that this needs to be directly at 0-0. I think I might do that. So just start, say like right there, and just build out this direction with what we want it to be, and we're good to go. So really we can keep this here for now. Well, we're gonna get rid of it, like the collision stuff, so it doesn't slow us down, but the rest of the stuff, like the green to it, can all be here for reference, and the water can be there. My spam bot. Okay, let's go decorations. Okay. Low colliders. Yep, water. Water down here. I'm gonna keep it like that for right now because I don't know where exactly I'm gonna put this line. I'm thinking it's probably gonna be where that white line of my A-star grid is right now, but not 100% on that. Let's ground top deco, get rid of you. What is it? Interactions, I don't think there's anything. Shadows, there shouldn't be anything. It's just ground. I'm gonna get rid of all the desert because I don't want the desert in there at all. Hey, can we build off of this then? Try cutting it like at that line. Not that I really want to show that. Like we might set the confiner up so it's just not really visible, but I want to have some references to it at least. Oh, nice. So those are on different layers, so they're not getting deleted. Cool. Yeah. Let's start over here building out the area. So let's go to what? There's no trees at all here, so let's go to overworld. We've got that tree there. We've got a tree in extra objects. That's that. We've got the snowy trees, which are not really what I'm going for here at all. This is going to be the Winterland, right? I think we need to use these trees here. That's what those are for. I get it. Okay. That's for when there's two trees right next to each other. I never realized that before. But that only is horizontally next to each other, not vertically next to each other, which is often the case. But we won't use those trees anyway, because we'll be using a different effect instead. Should we use this grass? This darker grass here? And if so, how do we transition to it effectively? Is it like this? Let's go to where we are on ground. Like to become, say, like this. Do we put another layer in between them? Then do this? So I kind of want it to look a little bit different, right? I don't want it to all be the same ugly puke green everywhere in the entire world. Also probably shouldn't be a straight line like that, but I can fix it, I guess. That sounds like a movie trailer song. Or wait, maybe that dark green should be for the grasslands, right? That makes more sense. So this could be the normal green, and then the grasslands will be just this darker green. Let's do that instead. So this needs to be filled with this. This whole area. Do I know what's over here? Not really. Do I have a lot of ideas for it? Partially. Is it going to be a lot of trial and error? Yeah, definitely. Will there even be a dungeon here? Probably need one. Okay, now we've got that. I wish there was a way we could make like a vertical line here, but I don't think there is. Let's start moving the A-star location. So its X currently is 82.39, and it is 286 wide. So if I say that plus 286, or minus maybe? What? I thought you could just add right in there. That is the way we want to go. Oh, it's the center. So we need to divide it by 2. So it'd be plus 286 divided by 2. Which is right there. Here we go. Okay, so that was the width of the village, right? And the village, in my mind, probably is going to be a little smaller than some of these other biomes. Just based on what we've built of it so far. So that makes this at least even width-wise. Start painting trees in and see how it starts to feel. Prefab. Trees. This one. Oh, that's the wrong tree, isn't it? Dang it. Let's open up the prefab. Right, so it's got the single collider and then all of those as children, objects to make up the tree. So let's go back here, go prefab variant, create prefab variant, thick tree, okay, and thick tree, open it, is going to use summer grassland textures tile map, this tile map specifically, these trees here. So it is 3 wide. Not sure how wide these tiles are. we go. 1, 2, 3. Awesome. So it should just be as simple as changing out the sprite renders. Wait, those aren't 3 wide. They're wider at the top. Dang it. Okay, so let's change that one out. And then the next will be this. It's got to be this one. Yeah. Nope. 1, 2, so it'd be this one. Down at the base is where it's 3 wide only. There we go. And then let's open this up in Photoshop. There's this different base type that we can use for a variant of it, right? So we basically change out this portion and it gives us this instead of this. Just for some variety in them, right? Because there's going to be so many of them, it's probably a good idea to have. Okay, so this is part of it. We need to get the rest of those textures in. So we're going to need to drag, say, this in. And let's put this one right at the very top. No, I don't want to... I just want to insert it at the top. Children of prefab business can be deleted or moved. Or... and components can be reordered. You can open the prefab in the prefab mode and restructure the prefab itself, or unpack the prefab. A little tiny little tidbit of a piece. Come on. Drag in. There we go. Barely anything. Cool. Okay, so we can keep that one as is. It's down here in prefabs, right? Trees. Thick tree variant. That's exactly what I wanted to name it. Okay, open you. Let's grab this one, hit F. Oh, it's locked, that's why. Okay, so on the trunk, we want to grab that instead of that. Yep. So that one. That one. There we go. Walking hand in hand on the ocean floor, down deep we wander. Louder we sing, no there is no cure in this together. That's interesting. This one has more of a grass look to it, right? Around the bottom. Hopefully that grass fits with the light grass in the area. So let's go back to prefab's trees. Just drag this one in and drag this one in. And interesting enough, they're not wide enough somehow. They both fit. That's a shadow look to them. So why does that look funny? Looks fine here. Ah, order and layer. 5. And we need to have this ran as well, so that the layer gets set correctly. And I'm just going to check this real quick, like that. There we go. So those objects weren't set correctly for their layer. Now it works. Okay, so we can get decoration happy with these trees now. Oh! Okay, what I'm probably going to do is start setting up groups of trees. So let's do this. Let's grab those two. Oh, no. Wait. Thick tree. You need a thick collider. Maybe 3 wide, 2 tall, and up 1. No, up 0.5. It's at 0.5. Oh, you can't walk anywhere in the 2x2 there, right? Ooh. So if I grab the other one now, they're both updated. Cool. So if we didn't want a player walking between them, they need to be like that close. Because between the two of them, they'll have colliders. And from a player's standpoint, that looks like you shouldn't be able to walk between them. Okay, so let's create another folder here. Tree groups. And we'll start dragging in tree groups. I didn't think I was going to let me do that. Dang it. So I'm going to need another game object. Double group. Plop those two into that one. Double group goes down here. And delete that. Put double group back in trees. Duplicate double group. Let's see, can we do 2 double groups then? Can. Create empty quad group. I want to grab the parents only, please. Boom. Okay. And the way these are set up, it should be hierarchy, right? So if I go into quad group, it's got the double group, and the double group's got the thick and the other variant in there. So if I update any of the children, it should update the parents as well. Or, yeah. Okay, and then let's create a variant off of that, I guess, because it'd still be a quad. All right, I'll drag that one into the scene here. We'll just actually open up that prefab itself, and we're just going to change the arrangement of placement of these, I guess. So, like that. All right. It's still something where you can't get through, but it's different layout for a placement standpoint. And then let's create another variant of it. And quadruped variant 1, that's fine. That one out of there. Let's open this one up. These two here can go over this way. And the Z order will sort itself out. I'm not worried about that. Those are perfect. So that's going to be another one. In order to set the Z order, I have to do it manually. My script will fix it at runtime, though. That's the important part. Alright, so I can start getting some serious numbers of trees out pretty quick now. Let's save this. We've got this named Forest, right? We need an entry point. It says from Grasslands. Let's name it from Overworld. Even though the Overworld is actually the village. So we'll just set it in right there. Basically, the idea is that the player can walk up to like here or something, maybe even middle of the bridge, and then it loads in the other scene. Okay. So Forest and from Overworld. So back in Overworld. And we should have a collider somewhere over here, which is an exit point. This one. And we rename this to Force, just for my sanity. It's going to load the scene Forest. It's going to unload the scene Overworld. And this will be from Overworld. I think I need it uppercase like that. Okay, save. Go back to Forest, make sure I did make it uppercase. I did. Build settings. Add open scene. Save. Set main menu as the play mode scene. Run. Start the game. Run from the night. Yeah, loading screen or something here, don't I? There we go. Turn gizmos off too. Let's walk down this road to the exit. Scene loads, and we no longer have player anywhere. I noticed. We can fix that pretty quick. This is set so that it is over there. And basically we need to move it over this area. So we can just grab this, go like that, and then start editing these points on this end, I guess, or the far ender. Let's just do it like that, I guess. And then this end will need to be moved, which I don't know how long it's going to be, so I'm not going to bother editing it yet there. So let's play this again. I just want to get the mechanics of loading into the scene correct so that if I need to playtest it, I can quickly. Alright, I have to go down over these. Need to kill those in the overworld. Also need to get rid of the lamps there. Fire pit things. Ooh, excuse me. Nice. Now that's interesting. The trees have the same Y order as each other, so they're physically interlocking. They have different Y values slightly though, so they shouldn't. Let's go back. Perhaps I didn't set... Oh, I'm setting up a forest area. And the prefabs that I need to do that with. I think I know what it is. So, if I go to thick tree, I think that's the root of everything. Yeah. On these, I've got my Y order and layer to set to 5. And these I have it set to 5. But on this, I have thick tree as a transform. I don't have that set on these. That's probably the issue. Because that's used to calculate where it's at in the layer, basically. Let's try it again. See if they look like they're overlapping. And that's the nice thing about having all those defined as prefabs upon prefabs upon prefabs upon variants and so on. I go to the root object, change that one, and it should fix it for all of them. I think even the variation where we made it look like the trunk is different still is applied to that base thick tree. Yep, that's better. They're not clipping each other anymore. Cool. They look fine. They look perfect. Cool. And the way these trees are set up, like, it's a 2x3 area where you can't walk. It's like I can't walk in there at all, right? That's all tree. But I can walk in here behind the foliage. So you can kind of make it a little tricky, right? You can make an enemy hide in there. I don't think I set up the exit point. I didn't. Okay. There's also nothing stopping the player from moving over there, but that's okay. So I'm going to exit before you get there anyway. Let that make a barrier up at the top somehow. Maybe extend the river or put trees in the way so you can't get up there. Cool. Let's continue on with the trees, I guess, right? We're going to have to deal with this type of thing. It's just going to happen while we're placing them. It's not until runtime that really works. Could I edit that script though? Let's take a look at that. So, thick tree. This script on here. Is there a way to run this in edit mode? Okay, so Unity, run script in edit mode. Execute in edit mode. Makes all instances of a script execute in edit mode. By default, mono behaviors are only executed in play mode. By adding this attribute, any instance of mono behavior that will have its callback functions executed while the editor is in edit mode. This attribute is being phased out since it does not take prefab mode into account. If a prefab with mono behavior with this attribute is on in edit in prefab mode and play mode is entered, the editor will exit prefab mode to prevent accidental modification to the prefab caused by logic intended for play mode only. Okay, that's kind of wordy. To indicate that a mono behavior correctly takes prefab mode into account and is safe to have open in prefab mode while in play mode, the attribute execute always can be used instead. Okay, well, we're not worried about that. Update is only called when something in the scene is changed. That's good to know. I think this is exactly what I want. And then I need to figure out what mode it's running in. Application is playing. Turns true if the object is part of the playing world. Okay, so we need to say execute in play mode, or edit mode, sorry, at the top of our script. And that's one attribute. Then we need to go and get this. Wait, what's the tag? Guess it really doesn't matter. We need this just to execute in the editor. Right? And then we can go back to our scene. And I guess just slightly move one thing. And they didn't update. Well, that's nothing. Actually, it is something. We need to fix that, but not now. Why is it not running? Let's go ahead and clear this. Oops. Did I not save you? I didn't. Now I saved it. Now compile. And boom. It's not running. Okay, do I have these set as dynamic maybe? Or static, I mean. Set the dynamic. Those are set as dynamic. Set them all to dynamic. Or not dynamic, I'm sorry. Some of them seem to be showing through properly and some don't. So those outer edges. Or application dot is, what was it called? Is playing. Means true when called from any kind of built player or when called in the editor in play mode, read only. So if it is playing, if it's not playing, we want to do this. So if it's dynamic or the game is not playing, we're going to call this version, which updates it, right? So there we go. Well, that's promising. There we go. So now the order is correct no matter what I do to them in edit mode. That's handy for me. Like, that's not a gameplay thing, that's just a I want to design the level kind of thing. Come on, Deco, open up. There we go. Trees. Bam. Okay, so Now I'm placing these actually. Let's get some of these up close to the bank. But you can't get past it. And those, let's just put some filler behind it, right? I'm just gonna delete these all. There. We're gonna start up here and go where we need them to be. Come on, wake up. Now, why aren't you on the right layer? Negative Y value. Is your X that high up already? Good grief. Why is negative? Crap. Well, that's annoying. What's their Y value? Yeah, that's 17,000. That makes sense. So if I duplicate you and just pull you up, you're behind. How? That's not even needed. There's like nothing extra to this code that's going to cause this, right? Because the parent should be set. They're not dynamic. Wait, is that it? So it's gonna try and find. Wait. So it's not dynamic. They're not dynamic. So it's gonna get the top parent. If it's null, it's gonna take the transform and then update sorting layer. It's not dynamic. It is dynamic. It tries to traverse it if the top parent is not null. Pretty sure it's something to do with this right now, right? It's not setting this properly. Whereas the other trees probably were. So this has it set to thick tree, which is this, right? So the Y order of that, which is what we want. But this double tree, quad tree back here, is this. If I go down into the thick tree, it's got thick tree variant, which is fine. What about this one? That's thick tree. Yeah, it's right. Sort sprite point center, none, default, but it's negative order. Why? Is it because this isn't set? Well, let's just do a debug. Jeez. Let it do its thing. Move this, and it tries to run that code. Max orders 30,000, 127, 100. That's that number. plus the offset, which is what? Okay, that looks all right, right? It was going to do the whole thing and get 17,000. So continue. 34,000. 4. One of these is going to be negative. That's why I keep doing this. Could do a debug.break on an if statement that says if sort order is less than 0. Might need to do that. Yeah, let's do it. So stop. If sr.sort order layer sort order is less than 0, debug.break. Bingo. Well, I guess that's probably a method, huh? There we go. And attach. Did it break right away? It's not actually moving. Oh, I've got one specific object, that's why. Wonder if debug.break works if it's in... It doesn't actually break unless you run it. That's just wonderful. So what's max sort order? It is correct. What's Y? 134. That. And our offset is 17,000. Why is our offset so stinking high? Is it because when I placed it in there, it had already calculated it on a prior frame or something? It starts getting called every time? That doesn't make any sense. And then I could do something silly like if it's above 10,000, just set it to 5. Set it to 0 even, right? It doesn't really matter anymore. I was setting them to a number before because I needed to be able to specify one on top of the other, but now it doesn't matter. It's going to calculate. I leave them 0. I'm going to do this, right? I'm going to put a breakpoint here. I want to see if start's getting called every time now. Every time we move something. So let's continue on, right? So we'll get rid of this breakpoint. Continue. Okay, so now if I move... Interesting, it's not calling it. Okay, what happens if I duplicate it, though? It's being called, and it's already a negative value somehow. It calls update before it calls start? How stupid is that? Update is called only when something's changed in the scene. Okay, we're gonna do a little bit of tricky coding here. If we're playing, we're not playing in playing mode, we're gonna do this. Otherwise, we're just gonna skip that altogether. Why are you complaining about that? Returns true if the given object part. I'm not trying to use it as a method though. I'm trying to use it as, oh, this case. There we go. Now will you come in front? Please. Delete you. Delete you. Duplicate you and move. You're still in behind. What? How? Negative some freaking value. Are you not calculating on the fly? No, you're not attached to Unity is the problem. Else offset equals 0. It's because we're duplicating of that. We're already setting that offset with what it was on the prior frame. Or on the prior object. Yeah, let's just delete this one. Duplicate you, move you, and you're still behind, really? How? Blink. Okay, you're there. Your offset is what? 17,000. Bingo! Just force it to the front, baby. Get rid of this then. Yep, compile up all you want. We got you figured out. Okay, so back to actually editing our level like we wanted to. Okay, we're going to have to keep in mind, like, the player's not physically going to walk everywhere, right? So we don't need, if like he can't go up here, we don't need colliders there. We do kind of want to make a bit of a maze for this, at least that's the idea. A little bit. Not sure how that's exactly going to work yet. Like, I don't have a maze mapped out that I want to route the player through or anything. Let's get these down in trees. I want them all to be in trees. Let's also see if we can snap things to the proper grid. Where is it? We'll keep this somewhere over here. There we go. Let's do that for all these. Snap you. Snap you. It's the great snapping. Here we go. Duplicate. Move over. Okay, and then let's grab this version. Of course, you're nowhere near the thing. It's like the player could come this way and go back this way. Is there some way I can force that to always go in that specific thing? Like if I do it like that? No. Just drop you there. There we go. But then you're way off of nowhere. I could go move to view. There we go. Control Alt F. That is also apparently skipping my song. So that's going to be an interesting effect every time I use that hotkey. Make sure we're giving these some variety by mixing up their placements. They don't seem so somebody cut and paste the same prefab over and over. In fact, let's just grab a double tree here and there. Cool. Okay, let's play test now. See how it behaves. I'm being conscious of the fact that I'm basically putting a whole bunch of colliders in here. That's awesome and terrifying at the same time. I know what caused it. Know how to fix it. But it's also kind of hilarious at the same time. I thought I said to only do that in play mode. Apparently I was wrong. Or to only do it in edit mode, I mean. The spacing is actually pretty good up there. Gives you plenty of room to see. I think we're pretty good and nice. Okay, so let's fix that script that is obviously broken now. If it is not in play mode, then we set the offset. If it is not in play mode, we set it to 0. This is getting run for my player somehow. True is called when any kind of built player or called in the editor in play mode. In play mode is what we were just in. So how is this true? Or was it this one? I don't really know. Run it. Let's go back to Unity. Go to play mode. Awesome that you're catching the breakpoints now. Okay. Don't run you. And go into this. Won't have any of these type of objects on the screen. Now I can do that again. Okay, you tell me if you ever get to that point in the code, because if you do, you're not doing what you say you're going to do. Am I really that dumb? I am. We need that to be reversed, right? Because we're in play mode right now. True. We want to do that now, not any other time. That's why that one update didn't fix it. Okay. We can do this. And I bet we can do this again. Get rid of this. So I want to keep this as simple as possible, code-wise, because it's going to be running all the time. Let's get in here. Let's grab one of these things. Where are you? Over there? Okay. Let's duplicate you. W. Yeah, you're still working, right? Awesome. Go ahead and place it while we made it. Now let's play the game. Start. There we go. Stupid house in the way. Okay, let's go over to the area. How's everyone doing tonight? Or this morning? Anybody else working on a game? I bet they're negative. Maybe we shouldn't let this run at runtime or edit mode, because it sets the offset and then during runtime we set it again and it screws everything up. So we're gonna get rid of this because that's just gonna cause us major headaches, and we'll do this instead, and we'll just live with the fact that it's gonna be funky. Because the last thing I want this to do is to actually edit our player and screw up all of his offsets. Because his offsets are pain in the butt. I have to go redo. Because he's got like 50 different sprites in him. And if they get messed up, I'll just go back to the last commit. It'll be that bad. So now it's going to take whatever the offset is and set that. So we'll need to go back through and revert all of these changes to all of these prefabs. So that this doesn't happen. Because they all need to be 0 or 5 or whatever. Good grief. Thought I was outsmarting it. So what, like, almost what we need to have happen for it to work the way I had originally thought was to calculate it in edit mode, but then save the original for when we go into play mode, and then that's the offset that's used in play mode, not the offset we calculate in edit mode for the visual display in edit mode. Yuck. I wonder if there's a way to set the priority in the order of which scripts run. Probably not. Wait. I go all those and say revert all. Say like go pick this one. Still 3005 somehow. Awesome. Nothing to revert at all. So does that mean in here? Let's change it like that. Yeah, now they're all screwed up looking, but this will work in runtime. I told you so. They look to be drawing right now. Alright, so if it's slightly down, it's in front of ones that are slightly up and things like that. Okay. I'm just trying to think how to make this feel bigger, right? I can walk through this pretty quick right now. I know it's only like a little portion of it, but in order to make this feel bigger, I'd have to like make this whole area a maze and probably make it too high and too wide, right? Kind of thing to make it feel big enough. It just doesn't feel big enough right now. And if I make it that big, what's the point of the whole forest, right? I need a good reason for being in the forest. There's gonna have to be a dungeon. That's pretty much a given. It needs to be pretty buried in the forest. It would be cool if I had a mechanic where if you go through the forest in the right path, you get there. But if you go in a slightly wrong way, like it takes you back and resets you somewhere, right? Like you just chose the wrong way. Oops, go back to the beginning. I could do that. I could load the level again when you walk through an area and it takes you back to a given checkpoint. So like go up, up, down, down, left, right kind of thing to beat the maze. Oh, I got something. Oh, mustache hairs or something tickling my nose. Actually, it wouldn't be too hard to do what I just described either. That's the thing. This is really just reusing this existing system I've got set up. And each area has multiple exit points. And most of those exit points take you back to the beginning. Or take you back to a given spot, right? That's like where you made the choice from. And yeah, it'd still be hard. I have to make it like visually look right when you go through it. And going back that way would not take you back to where you just came from so you could make the other choice. It's like a hard failure. Almost. It probably would feel like a bug, though, if I didn't do it right. I could make this one this big, and then there's like a forest part 2, a forest part 3, and a forest part 4, and like there's multiple ways you could go between them, and maybe you go up into this one, circle back down into this one, go through part of this one, then come back up into this one again, then go back around into this one before you can get into the center point or something like that, right? Like, so it takes multiple passes back and forth through the level loading. Multiple sections, if you will. That might be my best bet. I could actually make the level bigger than what it actually is. Because I could take you from... Like, you could come out here. How would that work? Yeah, you could say, come out here, go up into this one, this upper right quadrant, go right down, and you come into this one, go back up in here, and it takes you through this small part of this one, and that takes you into this one. Like, jump you all around. You wouldn't know you're being jumped around necessarily, and it would feel like it's probably bigger than what it is because of it. Because you're reusing parts of the map over and over and over again. Or I could just make it that big. That's the thing, right? I could just make it big. It feels like this needs to be drawn out on paper, just so that I can quickly sketch out what the maze should look like. And what's the key points within the maze, right? Okay. That's probably the next step for this particular scene, is to sketch it out. I got established with it. We got the tree prefabs created. We learned some things that we don't want to do with this Y order thing. I'm almost hitting a little bit of writer's block with it, right? And it's not going to be just about the maze. It's going to be the fight along the way through the maze, right? So we need different enemies to attack us along the way. And these paths are almost feeling like just strictly maze. They need to be denser with trees, right? To feel like this is the path through the forest kind of thing, instead of, oh look, we just put these here because we needed to make a maze. Where's the stupid snapping thing? There, snap all. Snap all. I wonder, hopefully what I'm saying is coming across correctly. Like, next song. Sounds like my intro song or something. Guess I'm good. Okay, let's take a break from this mazy maze, because I'm not, what's the word, on a roll with this, I guess. I'm not making progress in a way that I'm going to be happy with. So let's go over here. Let's see if I can work this out for a little bit. Because this is kind of going to determine if I think that I'm going to be capable of doing these, so that's why I want to give it a try. Okay, so we need to have this turned off. We need to select with the marquee tool this again. There we go. I'm going to copy that from the wall top. And can I paste it into this one? Looks like I can. Cool. I'm just using that as a guide, kind of, to say this is where this needs to be. There we go. And then we can, on this layer, draw right over top of that with our dropper tool, picking this and going like that. It's like we need a smaller size here. And we're on this northwest corner one, and I'm gonna do this. Right, and then scale this down. There we go. So now that layer, what was it? That one? Wait, what's that? Delete you. And you. Okay, so I need to grab that. And nope. Come on. Let me transform you. And this next one's gonna be the freaking hard part. And I'm stupid. Awesome. I need to undo all that. What I did not take into account was the perspective, right? So that would have been a constant size the whole way down. This needs to be shifted in to take into account the fact that this wall, you know, has perspective to it. And basically it's going to be a very small point down there at the bottom. Oh, really? Oh, yes, I can save this. So, can I scale you to like 90%? No, 90, not 9,000. That might work. Okay, now let's touch up this weirdness, I guess. Really? Okay, and then grab those, fix those. There's a little bit of a shading difference there, I think. Thanks, Photoshop. Okay, so that saved that a little bit. So this one we can make like 80%? Let's transform it back up into the corner. Let's turn off this so we can get rid of that one. There we go. Okay, let's place that there. Turn this back on. Grab this color. So there, there, there. Why did you give me... What about that layer? Right? It will fix the fact that that's not blue too. Why can't I zoom in? Okay. Okay, so we'll grab this one. Get a brush that's the right size. We're on that northwest corner piece. Go, and then okay. Wait, we did not scale it. There. So now we're on this layer again, right? We're gonna scale you. Let's do another 80%. So that's 80% of the previous 80%. Now on this color we can draw this. Okay. Go back here. Transform you out of the way. Back to northwest corner. Grab the blue color. Okay. Back to layer 2. Scale you. We'll go more extreme this time. 70%. Inner. Apply. Grab the brush. Brush is a weird size this time. It's so small down here. Yeah, let's kill layer 2 altogether now. Grab our brush. Get this color. Cut that off. Cut that off. Go G. No! Contiguous. Okay, that doesn't work. we go. So there's our corner narrowing down to a point. Yeah, let's just give a quick comparison. Okay, so I can fix that as well. So the very point of this needs to be fixed as well. And that's not on this northwest corner, that's on a different layer, but that's okay. That should be the bottom, wall bottom, right? Yeah, that. So we'll grab that color. You are locked. Okay, so we're gonna still put it up on here. But we're gonna grab this color. That's the width. Take you right to the center point. And back out. And then paint you blue. And that's effectively where the stones go. So from there up into all these, creates the one line, creates the second line. Oops, that goes like this. So there needs to be a shading there. Okay. Certainly do that. So we'll grab this color again. We'll go from, say, that point with a smaller brush. Size 2 brush, maybe. Go from there all the way up into this corner. I think we got the perspective. It's not good how they don't line up, though. Oops. Keep wanting to flip over to Unity. Yeah, that's a pretty straight, defined line. Everything works for it except for that corner point up there. Okay, so if I undid that and came back down here pretty precisely again, and then like went out to here. Awesome. There's no way to line them up. Crap. So either I undo that northwest corner that I just did, I think I need to redo this. So go like this to this, and then use that point as the spot where it curves in instead. I should have done that to begin with. I don't know why I didn't think of that. So from there to there is the other one. Yeah. So luckily if I do that, it's all gone, right? Yeah, I think I just need to start that one over. No doubt about it. So let's go marquee and grab this from this layer. Oop. That'll work. Copy. Basically just trash it. I got it copied, right? Select all, delete. And then paste. Control Z. Control Shift V right into place. So we got that on this layer now. And then B, grab this like that, right? So it's all right color. Let's solo this layer. There we go. There. Okay, so we got our corners set up. Now let's grab this color Let's get a 1 pixel wide spot. Come on, zoom in. Let's go from there to we could do it to there. How's that look? And then we create a secondary line that goes from there to there. It's almost the same line. Let's compare that. So I'll go from there to there. Yeah, see, it doesn't meet up with that corner if I do that. Oh, I need it to meet with this corner. Okay. Wall corner, duplicate. Marks. I don't know what else to call that. Just marks. Those are marks, right? This will be the actual corner piece then. Okay, so we need to get the right size brush. Come on, Photoshop. Save this. Right down the center of this line, I guess. We need to go in this direction. How far though? Till we hit this. And this needs to go up to there. So we can get rid of frick. Okay. Just make sure that's filled in. And now we need to basically erase this color out. Crap. Probably should have done this and this darker black instead, but oh well. Okay. That makes our corner pieces. Then we need to make this one do the same. So where is that at? What layer? That's the wall top. There it is. So we're gonna grab this color. We're actually gonna put it on this again. Yes. So many layers. Right through that, which of course is gonna mess up the line. How are those marks not on that? What is this line? Ah. There we go. Back, let's lock you, so I stopped doing that. Excuse me. Dang it. Okay, and then we need to do this. That actually stops there in this version of it. Interesting. Well, I'm gonna wrap it around because I think it'll look cool. Which means we need to wrap this part around too, kind of like this. I'm gonna do that. I guess I need to grab from this bottom point, whatever the width of that is. Pretty big. And it's a weird number. Go from 10. Let's try 12 maybe. Still not quite. 14? One too big, so it's 13. Okay. And I guess like there. There we go. Let's round that, or square that corner off, I guess. A lot of work for one stinking corner, I tell you. That doesn't do is leave us with much room for a brick at the top there, does it? It's okay, it's just annoying. I kind of like it. Not quite sure why this corner seems so messed up compared to this one. They all do. Oh, that's because I turned it in earlier. So it like should come out to here and turn it. Okay. That's fine. I'm assuming I can rotate these and then be done when I get to that point. Because it's basically, you know, from this point up is the corner. So I need to finish this one. So these are the lines between the brick rows. I need to introduce some brick columns, I guess. And it'd be like every other, right? One there. Oh, there's just one there. Okay. So they're just completely random in his pattern. Fair enough. We're going to want to introduce some type of shading underneath this thing. Right, so like a darker line underneath. These base templates go away. Is there a hard line? There is not. There's only shading that really defines that, which is cool.
And I've lost everyone from the stream because I'm just painting.
Cool! Plus it's 2 o'clock in the morning. Feels like this is missing something and this is missing something. Oh, you just came. Hey, Peter. Just in time. Encouraged me to keep going, I guess. What I am seeing is that my bottom corner here doesn't quite line up, which is annoying. The top line does. And we could shift that whole thing in and up, right? To make it fit, I guess. Would mean that it would be shorter on this side than this side. Don't know that I would catch that. So it's gonna be quite a few pixels though. So it's almost like we do, what is this, eraser? Yeah, it's eraser. Something like this, right? So it's gonna be that many pixels off. Oops, erase, Control Z, Bay, grab that, paint that the color it should be, because we got rid of that underneath. Almost feels a little better, actually. So what happens if we grab this color and paint it there instead? Too thick. Go a little narrower. There we go. We just paint this all the way around this to make it look like it's a shadow underneath that ridge. That helps. Gives it some depth, right? And yes, I'm fully aware this looks very, very flat right now. We'll work on that. Dang it. When you undo, you don't get to hold shift and finish the line anymore. You have to restart the whole line. Okay, so let's get our color palette up here. I'm pretty sure that this color here is... that's locked. Dang it. We're not in the northwest corner anymore on this. Oh well, the northwest corner's got what I want. Look at all the touch-up stuff I did on this layer. Wow, I really boogered this up. Okay, though. I think I can still work with it. So what I was trying to do is, I think it's this color, right? Can I at least pick from this layer? Yeah, okay. Now if I go back to, say, this one. And I just paint right next to it. Yeah, that's the color. Gosh, I'm almost afraid to do this. So this is where the like artistic part of it starts to come in, and not just the I can draw in 3D cracks. It's just like the cracks between them, right? It's not really actually cracks. The brick's ending line. Am I putting too much into it? I think I am. Let's undo those two. Let's also take perspective a little bit into account, right? So it's going to start here and head this direction. I also need to be cognizant of not crossing one of these lines with the brick. So I can be on this side of the line, that's fine. Be right up to the line, that's fine. Now those are getting very much in line. Shoot. So let's take a marquee of this and just slide it up. And shift on, yeah, cool. That doesn't work though. No, can't do that. So I need to just redraw it all together. What was wrong was the perspective was no longer right. It should have been steeper. Going back here. Make my size smaller as I'm getting towards the bottom, right? Uh-oh. Pretty big brick. So we're still going in towards the middle. This one will be more vertical almost, and then this one will be like this way. Really boogered that up. Why can't I see this brick's size? Oh, jeez. Can't see my marker. My cursor's not right. There we go. And we're on what? Cracks? Okay. How do I change that, though? Probably hit some short key to do it, didn't I? Preferences? Cursors. It's still not showing it. Full size brush tip. It's really weird, isn't it? I thought I set it back to the way it was. I hate Photoshop sometimes. It's just crap. No, it's too big. So what I was trying to do here is make them bigger again as they go up away from the bottom. I didn't... Like, this is the same size as the bottom, right? I didn't do it right. Oh, gosh. If I can just keep a steady mouse hand. That's part of my problem. I'm painting with a mouse. It's not as precise as like a pencil tip, right? There we go. Yeah, I've got a Wacom tablet, but it's one of the old school ones that doesn't have a screen on it. And I've got 4 monitors, right? So the way the Wacom tablet works is each monitor, each one of my 4 monitors is 1/4 of the Wacom tablet. So like I can draw in this much area of my tablet because it's not a big tablet to begin with. It's maybe the size of this book, like the actual drawing area. So the drawing area that I can actually draw on is like that big. It's pointless basically at that point. There's a setting in the Wacom settings that allow you to set area just one monitor. Well, that'd be useful. Do you have one that's got a monitor built into it though? Because that to me would be amazing. Actually drawing on like an iPad basically, right? At that point. Oops. A little bit smaller on this one. No, too big. Too small. Bricks are lining up. Go smaller here. Getting very straight in this section, right? Because this is the middle tile. So this is one in between the corner, and like this is on a straight edge, but it's not the same as this. Basically. And this one will probably have another pillar in it, if you will. Like this, if I continue this on beyond a lot of painting. In fact, I probably only want to do this one and stop, because this is basically going to be the inverse down here. Yeah, everything's going to start to mirror after this one. I hope. It better. This is enough drawing for me. Oh, I want smaller, please. That's too steep. Just gonna keep going with it. Just gonna keep going with it. Not just get discouraged by it. Not even a little. Right? That seems too big. Eyeballs stopped working there. Wasn't just my eyeballs. No, I'm gonna mess with more cracks on those because that's enough. They're so small. Highlights? Highlight areas now, I guess. Okay, now this does not need this hard edge, I think, for this to work. I don't know, though. Caps lock song. H-I-G-H-L-I-G-H-S. Highlights! Yay! So I'm going to go to a brush instead, I think. And I'm going to give it a little bit less hardness and way smaller brush. See, like that, how do I keep it on the layer that I want it to be on? Ugh. Do I put it underneath everything? Because that's not gonna work, right? Guess it does. Let's put this underneath the northwest corner. And literally just draw the line down, right? And of course, the northwest corner has places where we cut over it. So instead of filling in the northwest corner, we need to erase instead. Yeah, instead of this, we need to erase the underlying layer that had it. That had this, which was... this layer. No, it's not that layer. That's what it was supposed to be called. So I need to erase that in that area. Yeah, like this is extreme Photoshop layering. Okay, why can't I see the stupid cursor again? It's something with the eraser. What's up with that? Let's erase off of here first, I guess, huh? Like, for precision, it'd be really nice to be able to see this. I know I'm gonna delete stuff. Maybe it's time to restart Photoshop or something. It's been running for days. Yeah, that gave me a good feel for how big it is, though, so that's pretty good. Oh, yes, you're right! Thank you! I did have caps lock on. That speeds me up. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So now I can erase it even though I don't see it, because I know where it's at. And then come back and erase this to match. Okay, and then this needs this stuff gone. It's getting there. So this needs B, Alt, Shift B, Shift B, Shift B, Shift B. What? What? Are you supposed to shift through the... Whatever. Apparently I didn't fix this one. Not sure if it's because I'm tired or what, but I'm not exactly remembering why I started erasing these. I know it had to do with something else I was working on. Crap. I want those corner lines there. At least there's a guideline. Afraid why that's there. Ah! Okay, let's turn basically everything on. That's why that's there. Okay. Now which layer is that on? This piece. It's that one. So we need this and this turned on so that I can delete this piece. Right? Oh, one more. Okay. Guess that was two more. Okay, now where are we missing this base color? See, it needs to do what I started here with this highlight, right? But it needs to get smaller as it progresses. Look like I can just do that. Why is that gray? There. So highlights. The pen tool. The pen tool. The pencil tool? Or the brush? Is there really just a pen tool and I'm just not seeing it? Or are you talking about the pen tool and the welcome tablet, which is not even on my desk? It's in my basement right now. That's how long ago I've used it. I just said this is not useful for me. Because then I can control the pressure. Is that what you're saying? The button above the text tool. Okay. So I'm assuming I just like dot down to here. Is that what you're saying? Then what? It depends how easy it would have made all this other stuff, right? If it was like stupid simple and I've been doing this the hard way the whole time. But that's, I have no one to blame for that but me and my ignorance of Photoshop, right? Let's grab that again. That I'm gonna go with that for my first highlight. Add dots to each point to make a polygon. Okay. I get that, so I know I can do like dot 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 and then come back here and close it. The shape of the highlight is what you want. Okay. Okay, I think I see what you're saying. So like maybe 2 points and then one at the bottom. So like it would taper down like a triangle. Next, add next to add delete at the top. Okay. There are 4 buttons. Yep. I see them there. Add path to area, subtract path from area, insert, intersect path areas, and exclude overlap. Those ones? Booleans. Oh, I get what she's going for. Like, you just, it's second nature to you. Plus, the Discord thing is covering stuff. Oh, here. Move it out of the way for a minute. I will forget that I moved that, so let's put it there. Okay. I took my pen away. So if I did something like that, you're saying, to make it tapered. I'm assuming I need to, like, stroke this or something somehow. But how? Shape layers, paths, fill pixels. That's not something I can click on. So what if I did this? It just automatically filtered itself. I didn't touch anything. As soon as it closed up, it filled. So it's to be on that mode instead of that mode. That very well could be why I never used this tool before. I might have had it on the wrong mode and never understood why. Wait, shape layer. Is that what I did? Come on, show me the tools. Shape layers, okay, that was what I had. Yeah. Yeah, I have it on shape layers right now. So if I somehow get my color back again. The alt. Yeah, that shows up. We'll do a light highlight first. And then go back to the pen tool on shape. Got it. There's my stroke style, right? There's no stroke, and that's the color. Make sure that's the color I want. Yeah, it is. Cool. So what you're saying is I could do something like that. Down to there, and then say like to there, and then it fills it in. That'll do it. Not sure how this corner's back, but it is. It's a start. That's what I'm after, right? It's... So what if I did something like this? Just in a rough shape. And then did another one, say here. Oh, it does, doesn't it? That's cool. I'm assuming there's some way you can merge them down there, right? Rasterize. Yeah, so it's actually part of the picture now. And then those become merged into one layer. Destructive edits! Luckily I can just go boop, gone. This is gonna bother me because it's just throwing off the perspective having this here, so I gotta figure out what layer that's on. It's gotta be something above the highlights layer even, right? Because it's over those. There are ways around that mess using Boolean buttons I pointed out. What do you mean? The mess of the corners showing up like it were? Or like it being over top of stuff? Because it's showing up because it shouldn't even be there. Oh, okay. I guess I didn't catch what that was about. Oh, the mess of the extra layers? Gotcha, okay. So let me go back to the pen tool then. So add, delete. Automatically adds or delete points when over path. Okay. So this is create new shape, add to shape area, subtract shape area, intersect shape area, excludes overlapping shape area. So if you're drawing over another one, it would erase it. Okay. I think I get what you're going for. Gosh, why doesn't the tooltip come back? So it'll just keep it on one shape layer kind of thing. So let's create another one. I don't know we're going to want these on every single block, but we'll give it a go. Okay, so there's that. And then you're saying... it automatically selected add when I clicked on this, I think. That time it didn't. It still didn't. I eventually need to figure out how... And I don't know if it's just in newer versions of Photoshop, because I have CS5, 5.5. I don't know if it's in the newer versions only, where you can basically have one file that's just a single tile, and then embed that image in another one, and tile it in that image, and have it automatically update the second image that has like 9 of them in it every time the original file is updated, right? So I don't have to edit all 9 in the area or import it back in 9 times again. Smart objects. Okay. I knew there was a way to do it. I just couldn't think of how to search for it in Google to find it. I'll have to look that up. This could work. Seeing this like a couple blocks, it gives them a little bit of depth, right? And that's what I'm trying to go for, is get a little bit of 3D depth on them. Because it's basically what they've done here, right? They've marked this area is shiny. It sticks out a little bit further. It's catching the light, right? And that's what I'm trying to grab. And I'm not... Like, I'm using this as a reference to get ideas for how to make it look better from being completely flat. Because I'm completely new to this. But it's helping me understand how it should look. If that makes any sense. I don't know that I'm going to be happy with what I'm going to end up with, but it's fun to experiment with it, I think. I don't think these ones should get a lot of light. They're in shadow more, right? They're underneath basically this type of thing. And even they did the same thing, right? There's no real highlights on the tops, maybe on the ends of stuff every once in a while. And I guess that's another thing I could experiment with. Can I put a highlight on one of these ends? It's doing that messy thing. There we go. Hello. Pineapple! It is I! And it is you, Mr. Number 3. And look, you have diamonds! Because I got off my lazy butt and went into... Started on forest area. And then I said, I need to kind of make the maze for this on paper, right? Instead of drawing around hundreds of trees. I need to like draw it out first sometimes. So I kind of stopped there. Changed up how my collider basically works. I was using a box raycast before. Gosh, where's my Photoshop at? Box raycast to say when I swipe my sword, this area is where, if there's any enemy, is where it should check for the enemy. Over to just using straight colliders, because then I could basically take the whole arc of their sword swing all the way back past a little bit so that he's actually hitting beside him too. It feels better where he's hitting now. It sounds silly probably, but it was needed. It needed to feel better because there was no way for you to hit the enemy. I also changed some timings on how fast this enemy would attack you with a sword and shortened up his range because he was trying to swing before he could hit you. And it put him in a situation where he was swinging as you were walking into him, and you would die. You would get hit every single time trying to kill him. You couldn't get a single strike on him. He was way too OP. And now, I'm seeing if it's possible that I might be able to do textures. We'll find out. It's taken me a long time to do this one. Not trying to duplicate it. I'm just using the original as a reference, right? To get ideas for what to do. You know, I need to go more aggressive with this highlight, don't I? Because this isn't my extreme highlight. This is my medium highlights. Somehow those are showing up underneath the wrong thing. There you go. Let's add a highlight in here. Oh, you serious? Can I just... Maybe I shouldn't have merged those together. Okay, you obviously know a lot about Photoshop compared to me. I have seen this done where you can make adjustment layers. Is that something I want to do? So, on this dungeon... that's not it. Let me pull up one of the originals. They're super useful. Yeah, I can see why they would be. It's because I have this as an example to go off of. It does. At least I can use them from other versions, at least. This one doesn't have it. Where did I get it at? Bear with me for a minute while I look it up. No, that's not it either. Maybe it was Grasslands? One of these tile maps has it. That's why I'm talking about it. It's not it either. Oh, it's the PSDs. That's what it is. He exports the PNGs, of course. So, like, where is it? Color change here, right? He set it up for idiots like me. And I can just use these sliders. That's the dirt. Where's it changing in it? Oh, saturation. Maybe. Doing something wrong, obviously, but I don't know what. Oh, the adjustment layers are turned off. So, like, you can change the color of the whole thing. And I could see that's how this person, when they did the dungeons, and this one. Like, there's 3 different colors that it came with. Because they just went into the adjustment layers and fixed it, right? Adjustment layers, adjustment mask. So, I wanted a greeny one. I'm getting the right one, I don't know. Adjustment layers are underneath your camera body. Oh. There. But yeah, I mean, it makes it straightforward for someone like me. There it is, that's the one I want. To be able to change the colors on, say, the stone bricks, right? It's pretty cool. So, like, if I wanted a green dungeon, boom, I've got one. Black and white circles. Oh, the mask? Is that what you're saying? The mask down here at the bottom of... Like, I get this one. Create new adjustment layer. Are you serious? That's all there's to it. So let's go to my dungeon thing. An adjustment mask. Solid. No, that's not the right thing. Crap. This one. Does it matter where? Oh. Okay, I need to just look this up instead of trying to figure this all out while I'm... Levels? Like, does it do the whole layers, the whole stack underneath it? Or is it just one specific layer it's doing it to that's selected? Hue saturation? Okay, so that's the slider I had before. Oh wow, it's everything. Unless you use Alt and click right under the layer. Do what? Please choose Alt and click under the layer. Oh, I think I get what you're saying. So how do I remove this now? Crap. Delete. On the boundary between the layer. Oh boy. What is that doing? Is it creating a mask? So that's why Photoshop is so funky. Like, it has all these little hidden features like that, but it doesn't tell you what they do. By default, that's crazy. For adjustment layers, it will only affect where it's attached. Oh. So if I wanted it to only do this color palette that I've got down here, I would do, what did you say, hue saturation? Where's it at? Hue saturation. And then do that. And then change the hue. Oh, you're a genius, man. Okay. And then I can turn that off by just doing that in order to do everything again. Oh, there's that button for it. What's that called? Adjust affects all layers. Click to clip to layer. Okay. So really I could do it on this blue base color and that would do it for me. I would need to adjust the highlights as well. I just noticed the icon was the same. So I've already got the adjustment panel open. But if I kept the highlights all as these shapes, then the color's already there for those, and I could just pick a different color. Very, very interesting. Like, I mean, look how many variations of this there are now, right? Just by sliding a slider, that's amazing. Okay. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Need to fill in some more highlights here, right? Let's be aggressive with this color. We'll be less aggressive with this color. And by aggressive, I don't mean like big areas, but more on a lot of blocks. Okay, Blink the layers? Ooh, wonder what that does.
I have no clue.
There's no way to combine those afterwards. Okay. That's okay. Yeah, that merges them, but they're no longer the smart shapes where I could change the color on them if I needed to. Yeah. Excuse me. Maybe one of these days I should do like more of an in-depth tutorial into that kind of stuff. Like watch one kind of thing. Yeah, I know I have smart objects because it's constantly telling me do I want to convert from a smaller object into something else. Like rasterize and stuff like that. I just didn't know how to link them to another physical file and then have that file update the original, another image. I just didn't know that was possible. I've seen it in other programs. That's why I want to do it. Because like, it'd be awesome if I could set up a template for my tiles. Like this, right? Let me turn this one off. So let's say I had this all finished, right? And this was one or four tiles, right? Because it's 128 by 128, but it makes up 4 total tiles. If I took those 4 total... turn my camera on because I'm using my hands. If I took those 4 total tiles and moved them over to the right and rotated them 90 degrees, that's that corner. But instead of doing that every time I make a change to this section, it would be awesome if I'm working with another file in Photoshop and that rotation was automatically applied through the smart object, assuming that's possible, I don't know. And it's just 2 smart objects and the one's just rotated 90 degrees. So when I update the one in the original file, it updates this entire screen to match, and I can see that it's correct and not causing some problem. That's a lot of my holdback in doing pretty much anything artsy in Photoshop is I don't know the tricks to make it efficient for me to have to do it. And then I'm like, oh, I have to rotate these 6 times every time I make a change? No, I don't want to do this. I have to tile it 12 times? No. Please, no. This pen tool is pretty cool, though. Like, especially for this highlighting stuff, it's perfect. Like, I just want to draw a weird shape on these blocks and go. And I need to use that button. Crap. I grayed it out again. That button, so I stop adding more. Close you. I haven't done that yet with file reference. Well, once, but it lost the reference and I lost work. Scared me away. Yeah. Yeah, that would be kind of scary if you lose the file. I did see... So I was looking before I started the stream. So, hey, thanks for the follow, Yak Dog Games. I'm assuming you're making a game? What's your game making? Somebody sent me a thing for Brackeys, and Brackeys had it set up with linked tiles, but he was using the more recent version of Photoshop, so I didn't know if it was in mine. And I started looking, and you know, if you Google anything anymore, it doesn't tell you about CS5, it tells you about the latest version. Right, so it went off and pointed me at other things. Like it said, go file, and you should have 3 different types of place, and I have this instead, and I didn't know what it was going to do. I hit it, and it just looked for a file. So I wasn't sure which of the 3 things, and one of the 3 things said it was destructive and it would remove the original file. So I didn't want to have that happen. It's probably the one you used that you lost your reference in. Hey, thanks for joining the Discord, Maganek. Did I say it? I need to put a disclaimer at the bottom of my Twitch page that says I am horrible at pronouncing names. I apologize now for screwing up your name. Please do not be offended. I just can't pronounce names. What do you guys think? Am I going overboard with this highlighting stuff? Do I need to make them bigger? Like a bigger area, like say something like that instead. So when I come back with the other highlight, it's even, you know, takes up a portion of that. Like that one's nice. Like that's a nice touch, I think. Okay, let's get off of those so we can see. Gosh. So combine shape layers, the only way apparently is to click the gray shape box on the layer, then direct select tool, arrow near the pen tool. Okay. Select the path and Control X and Control V into the destination shape box on the layer. I think I get what you're going for. So if I select that and just Control X. Control X. That looks so scary though. Okay, it did get the shape in the layer, but why is it deleting literally everything else? Okay, so let's direct select all this shape. Well, that's the shape we want to go into, right? Because it's got a bunch. Control X. Ah, this operation will clear the vector mask. Do you want to delete layer? Sure. And then Control V. Hey, there we go. So can I select? My gosh, what's it doing? Okay, one at a time. We'll take it one at a time. Annoying pop-up and all. I kind of wish I would have done this from the very beginning instead of combining them all into this highlights layer now. Oh, and it's one of those things where, like, a script would be handy for when it happens, but once you know that you don't want to do that, you just make it so that it doesn't happen. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's a one-time thing. If I am going to get into doing my own art, probably learning scripting in Photoshop would be a good thing. There's been many times where I could have used something like that. Yeah. I can understand why you would forget. It's easy to do when you're in the middle of it. Like, I often forget and paint on the wrong layer. And it's, to me, that's super annoying. Okay. So now if I go back to the path tool and go to there, I should no longer be stupid about it. I'm tempted to just go ahead and delete this and redo those, because like, what, 3 of them? Plus the vertical one. I'm going to. Come on. delete layer. Okay, so I'm on this one. I'm gonna go add. And I also think that now that I get how this tool works, I'm gonna zoom in a bit more and make these a little bit more precise on here. Because they don't need to extend all the way to the bottom. Like, just give it some depth to them is what I'm trying to do. So, like, the light's catching this part because it's standing out from the rest of it, right? Not necessarily the whole brick is going to do that. Oops. I guess I grabbed the Bezier handles there a little bit. Am I going too nuts with this? Probably. You can make smooth curves too. Yeah, with the Bezier handles. That makes sense. I might need to do that on some so they don't look so straight up. The other thing, let me see how this works. So I know there's this handy tool. Doesn't even work on this layer. Yeah. I'd probably have to rasterize it first, right? That was kind of my cheater tool, right? The blur, where I would just go, oh, look, it looks a little better now. It's not so pixelated. That's how I did my desert scene. Why FX? Yeah, there's FX. Oops. So there's all these FX. There's not a lot, but there's some. Oh, that's just the one layer. Doesn't have the one you're looking for. Oh, it's behind me again, isn't it? What's down here? There's all those. I go here. You can see them better, probably, right? Ah, okay. Maybe a filter then? Blur box. The shape layer you have, yeah, must be rasterized first. It's fine. Like, eventually I'll be done adding these things and fiddling with them, and then I can rasterize it at that point if I need to. Gosh, so like I artificially put the highlights in this. I'm almost wondering if I shouldn't have done that now. Like, so I could have made it have some variations and stuff. I'm also not super fond of all of these, so I'm assuming I can do this. Oh yeah, that's amazing. They're just feeling too much like a triangle sitting there instead of a shape. Can I even edit the points? Assuming that's what this is? Nope. Fair enough. Okay, so let's just say that's... Can I name this? Yes, I can. Hi. HIGH lights. Oh, okay. So, like, if I did this and then selected that point... Oh, okay. So it's kind of like Unity, then. You know what? Let's see. If I do this, is it gonna... Let me see something here. New window. Dashboard. Rolls. Boom. Say something, Peter. Bam! Enjoy the diamond. VIP, because you've been very helpful tonight. Thank you. Don't hide. It's a good thing. It's a badge of honor. Why does it look like I'm in edit mode for something? Ah, it was telling me, hey, you're being an idiot, not gonna put it on this layer. Probably didn't tell me that before. No, don't create anymore. I'm done. Get off of you. There. Okay, let's roll with this. This is doing kind of what I want. Let's create another brand new shape layer with a different color as my color though for it, right? Now that's gonna be annoying. I spent 7 years begging my last boss to learn the pen tool. You've basically vindicated me, so thanks. It's what I would have been doing all along if I would have known it was there. Like I for the longest time couldn't understand why Photoshop, this great powerful tool, did not have the ability to draw a freaking straight line across the screen until I figured out, oh, if you just hold shift, it draws a straight line. And when that to me is like my use of Photoshop, like having the ability to do that is important to me. So I don't think in this slightly curved line kind of thing. Yeah, so much hidden functionality. And like there's different ways you can do it too. Like I can go on a tangent here. And then the tab thing, right? On a caps lock, right? That's another hidden thing. So like I can click and drag and I can't go wrong with it, right? I always go in a straight line. Or I can click and go here and hold shift and then it lets me go there, but it's a straight line between the 2 points. Both of those are amazing. Anyway, let's grab this color. Let's grab our pen tool again. We're going to be on a new thingy. And we're just going to draw like smaller points, I guess. It'd be like a highlight within the highlight. That makes sense. Did it do it? Is it just not? Yeah, but why didn't it pick the color I picked? So I got a color over here. Yeah, I guess. I'm gonna guess that this... Come on. I'm gonna show you real close. The fact that it's shading this is determined by whether or not you have this type of thing turned on, right? Whether you have nearest neighbor, preserve 5 edges, or bilinear, or bicubic turned on. I asked because of pixel art. Yeah, so when you do other operations, if you have nearest neighbor turned on, that's basically what you want for pixel art. Like pixel perfect pixel art that you don't want shading between different things when you're using your brush and stuff. Okay, so we've got this layer selected so we can add a new once you created each shape, assume that you're doing not you have distance and it's scaled to taste. Select the path using the path select tool. Copy, create a new empty layer and paste. Now have a duplicate path on a new raster layer and hide the vector path from the... Okay, I think I get what it goes for. So you're taking the path somewhere else and then filling it with anti-aliasing turned on. Or off, I start to... Oh. Surprised it's not just an option somewhere up here, though. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of a buried place to put it. But for what I'm doing right now, this is what I want. So I'm good. Now I just need to make it look right. That's all. Come on. Am I doing the wrong tool? If I go like that, aha! Now, okay. Arrow keys for the win. I do it one way and then it looks like it should be the other way. Oh gosh, there's two of them selected. The white arrow tool selects individual versus the black one selects a full path. Okay. That's a nice subtle change there that I just did. Ba, 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 ba. And the hand tool being on space is another thing that's kind of pretty hidden. If you've never used Photoshop before, how are you supposed to know that? So, just the other day, I seen somebody using an open source photo editing tool. Well, image editing tool. Let's say I don't know if it's specifically for photos, like, but it had some features that I was like, "Ooh, that's pretty cool," and it was along the lines of those embedded objects, right? The embedded files, but also it had. Basically, you went into a given image, you pushed W, and it tiled it across the entire screen. It was that easy to see if it was going to tile right. And then you could edit it but I think you could edit any of the tiles as well, and it would just automatically know that that's right in the right spot where you're putting this dot and tile it across everything again. It was cool. And that was after me, those two big features were after me watching maybe 10 minutes of this like guy using this for like an hour and a half. So I don't know what other gems it has in there. Krita, I think it was. Krita or Kreta. Let me see if I got the... I linked it to somebody else. The other day. If their website works. Their website's dead. Well, there's their website if it works. I'll go ahead and send this link to you because obviously I can't show you. Oh, you got it? Okay. I will say when the guy was using it, he kept mentioning that it would crash if you did this, crash if you did that. But the video might have been kind of old. Let me look. Okay, yes, open the video. Yeah, 2017 April, so it's pretty old. I'll go ahead and link it just so that you can see how it's used. There you go. That's the video it's in. Like I said, I watched the first 10 minutes or so, and then I had to go do other things. Okay, let's take a 10-mile back look at this stuff. Without those highlighted. Without those. Let's turn grids off. I need to do the top section, like up here, to get a better feel for it, and then I could duplicate this around. I'm not... Yeah, I know. I'm not disappointed in this. I think it needs more work, for sure. But it's not a, oh, I'm never going to do this. It's nowhere near this, right? Like, this looks legit like a wall, right? There's just so, like, he has so much detail in these. Right, these are literally called hand painted on the asset store. So like, he might have done some of the things we're talking about here. Like, this looks as like it's a beveled thing, right? You can see the straight lines to it when you're in close. So he might have done the pen tool like this to get that kind of edge to it, right? But then look, there's another one here where it's hand painted, and there's another one here where it's hand painted, and then there's a darker purple here, and another shade here. This is not a traditional pixel art thing, right? Where there's like 3-4 colors, right? This is 40 colors across this area. I used overlay and multiply blend modes. See, I know those are there, and I've played with them, but I can't say I understand how they work and what situation you'd want to use one or the other. I really need to just take a Photoshop class. Gosh, the cracks. These cracks look so freaking good. That was pretty straight. This was a crooked one, so it's no difference in how I'm doing them. But there's a lot of light right next to them. I'll be doing assets for my game. I'll ping you if I end up using some of that. Some of what? Some of the creative thing? Or am I just tired and not remembering what we talked about 2 seconds ago? Oh, blood modes. Okay. I'm getting the concept of having the highlights, right? I'm not getting it where they should be. Right, he's got them on the specific edges. See, and like he made this brick look like it's been tweaked. Like it's not perfectly in line with everything else. It's tweaked out. So it's not a straight line for this crack. Overall, yes, it's fairly straight. But look, that goes up and in and then back down and out for that brick. I also need shadows for my top edge thing. Crino guy? I'm sorry for saying your name wrong. I know I'm saying it wrong. I'm not trying to. Kieran? Okay, Kieran. Kirino guy. Yes, I've showed up watching Mike stream most of his streams probably, right? I didn't today because I couldn't make it today. I was out of my house even when he started streaming. Yeah, they stopped streaming quite a while ago. So if you're just now getting around to watch streams and stuff, then you can see why you would have been in bed. Okay, I need to do the vertical, like the cracks between the bricks over here. 8:30 a.m. So you're on the 5 hours. What would that be? 5 hours ahead of me. UK time. Yeah, I was gonna say that's in Europe. Shed some light on a subject. Okay. What subject? Yes, I'm East Coast. East Coast time zone. I'm not on the coast. Group hug. Hey, thanks for the follow. Your PST? It's not too late for you then. If a developer is bad at art, is it okay for the person to use Unity-free assets, yet highly edit them and use them in a game that they're going to sell? Okay, you're asking a question that I am struggling with myself. So, I have. Wait, you saying Unity free assets? So I'm in a similar situation, right? So this, I did not make this. This was purchased off the Unity Asset Store. I have since been told by some other developers that it could be perceived as an asset flip if I were to publish my game on Steam, and that could lead to low sales, right? That's why I'm doing what I'm doing right now and starting to create it as my own. I'm using it as a reference image. I am not copying it. I'm not editing it. Right. This is going to be my own image, right, when I'm done. It's not the same image at all. I'm just have it in the same file for now so that I can flip back and forth and look at it, right? To say, this is how you get lighting right on a block, right? Because I'm not very good at that stuff yet. Oh, I'm seeing this even more now that I'm... Thank you for having me do this. So for my case, I'm downloading some characters, sprites, animations, and I'll go into each sprite and manually recolor them and add new clothing items and add new moves. If you're talking transformative, that's a legal question, in which case all assets are sold free under Unity's Asset Store license, so you can sell them. You can sell them, but you can't sell them as a standalone asset, if that's what you're asking, right? So Peter, what I'm saying is you could sell them as part of a game. You can't sell them as your own asset on another asset store or the Unity Asset Store. That's my interpretation of the legals behind it. I am not a lawyer. I do not give legal advice. So I think I'm gonna try something here, guys, while we're talking about this stuff. It's good conversation. I'm not trying to distract from it. I just want to make sure I can keep going on this too. I'm gonna try making this one a dark one. Well, I'm talking transformative as a way to avoid being perceived as being an asset flipper. Although I have no issues with people that do that as long as the gameplay is exemplary. So you're on the same thing as me. You're on the same wavelength as me. I think if I were to take this asset, which isn't a free asset, right? It's a paid one. Not that that really gives it too much more weight, but it does. And make a game that is a top quality game with it. It's not a flip. A flip in my mind is I download all these pieces and put 5 minutes into it, and I'm exaggerating, right? To me, it could be a couple weeks even, but I put almost no time into it. I make a trailer that makes it look like it's a full game and publish it, but it's a piece of trash that you can't actually play. That to me is an asset flip. But the problem is, because those exist and use those free assets, if someone recognizes this as being an asset from the asset store because they've played one of those asset flips, that's going to be their initial take for it, and they will not touch it. That if I were a consumer and I were to buy a game that looked like another game that was an asset flip, I wouldn't buy it. To be honest, if you're paying for something, then you're purchasing a service essentially, and no one should be able to come at you about it. For me, gameplay is first, with aesthetics aiding in gameplay and audience engagement and retention. I get what you're going for, but like, no one should be able to come at you with about it, but if you're looking at it from a more of a legal standpoint, I don't think asset flipping is illegal, right? It's more about, will the consumer buy it, right? If you're trying to make a product to make money, you're risking consumers associating it with something that's low quality. Even though it may not be low quality, they might think it's low quality. Right. Right. And Unity's in a weird position in this whole situation, right? They set up the store, and they're making money off the store. They want people to buy their assets, but their assets on their store have this stigma about them, right? That if it's from the asset store, it's an asset flip, and that it's a bad situation for them to be in, because me as a developer now, right? me as a developer now, I've bought these. I've been told basically I've wasted my money buying these because they're going to have a bad stigma associated with them, and I may not ever buy anything from the asset store again because of that. So that hurts them, their ability to make money, and it's because somebody's put low effort into things. Right, I get what you're going for there, but those people that would do that are okay with doing the low quality ones are in it for the money, right? I don't think you wasted your money, specifically the assets that inspired you. You're right. They got you going, and that's something it's. You're completely right. I wouldn't have be doing this if I didn't have the assets. So that was not a waste of money. It was a waste of money more from the I can't use them now. Okay, so I've got my money with. I need a darker one. I need this one. Why will you not? B. Alt. Thank you. So now I need to go to my path. I'm going to start there. We're going to need a new one. And let's path this mother up. For my game I'm developing, it's got around 40 levels with assets that have been highly edited and rearranged. I'm hoping the sheer scope of the game as well as the gameplay will sell. But yeah, if you bought something, you should be able to use it. Yeah, I think that buying and collecting libraries of high quality assets, store assets, is most effective for prototypes. Yeah, but so for those people that are putting those on the store, that has to be demoralizing, right? Like, oh, people only use this for a prototype because the store has a bad stigma. That's close, but it's a little funny because we got this highlight here, so I need to edit the shape, I guess, to fix that. Oh boy, what did I just do? Oh, that's what's wrong. Okay, Control Z. Right. And I was initially trying to edit it, but then I'm like, I can just move the whole thing. When I started moving it. Copy. What version of Photoshop is this? CS5, yeah. It's the last version or the next to last version before they went to their Creative Cloud subscription model. So this is a fully paid version of Photoshop that I had before they went and forced everybody to go. CS6 was okay. So it's next to last. No, it's looked worse than this before. Okay, so this is a mistake in color, I think? Gosh. I've been surprised how much functionality it still has, to be honest. Also, it used to look way worse, yeah. That's 15. So, like, I would be more inclined to get Photoshop if they still had the old licensing. I don't care for their pay me every month a substantial amount of money for Photoshop for Infinity. Yeah, I know. So he's even got some darkness on that side of this block, right? No. How do I... The whole block is darker, too. That's the other piece I'm missing. Yeah, that would help shove it in. That sounded inappropriate. I mean, push the block in. A pirate's life is full of flipping in roasties and getting ill. Oh my. How am I gonna do the darker if I want to stick with the color values I've got here? I might have to break that. Darken. 2018 3F02 or 30F2. Not using Photoshop properly. What am I doing wrong? Wait, what am I doing wrong this time? Add a thin highlight at the edge to add contrast. I think I know what you're going for. Oh, yeah, well. I've learned my ways in having too many layer blah blah blah. I still get confused with them having named this way. Mainly because I end up painting on the wrong layer. So, Peter, when you say add the highlight, do you mean on this edge or the outer edge? I could understand why you're saying it here. Yeah, the bins I would do eventually. I'm assuming you mean folders. First edge, okay. I'm assuming that should be like a mid highlight, not a extreme highlight. So, pen tool, add. That does help. Yeah. So the darken thing I was going for is going to be this. Not my all the way dark color, but my slightly dark color. This one. It's really weird that those don't pick up the color that you have selected when you create them. Whatever. I'll say this. This brick by itself, I'm starting to be impressed by. That brick by itself. Ignore the ones around it. That looks... That I'm getting the feeling of Mega Man when I'm saying it. Good. I hope they fix it in later versions. They didn't. They're missing out on quite the opportunity to improve their program for their users. No, I didn't. I don't mean it. Take it back. There we go. Wait a minute. I grabbed both of those colors somehow. This one should be that color. I'm almost wondering which highlight was it? That one. Now that I've got this darker shade here, is that highlight needed to go that far, or should it be more like this middle color? So I'm going to take it off for just a second to take a look, see how it is. That's the wrong tool. Yeah. Yeah, I was able to figure that one out on my own. I just keep forgetting about it. It's also frustrating when there's like 6 tools on the thing, like this one. Yeah. Cancel. What the frick am I doing? I clicked off of it. Okay. Now, I'm gonna do something probably silly. Okay. Where is this dark line coming from? See, naming them didn't help anything. I still screw it up. Just remember, you are ready to get rid of AA. You might have to adjust the shapes. Gotcha, because of the size, it's going to be slightly different. No, I mentioned for AA. That's the layer. Gosh, okay, didn't break anything. So now that I'm on that layer, I go back to my brush tool, grab that, and Brush tool, please, I said. Caps lock. I'm gonna do something crazy. I was just thinking that if it was pushed in, right, that bottom would come in, but it still looks out of alignment to me. It's almost like this part needs cut off too. Right, because if you... I don't know why I'm thinking it needs it. I'm gonna try it. I think it needed that. It almost is like the whole thing, you know, they're all straight in there, and then like you need to move both edges to get the angle right. Probably gonna have to screwing this up. Now the brick just looks small. Yeah, so that became my favorite thing in Photoshop when I figured it out. Because I didn't have a handy dandy pen tool that was non-destructive and all this. It's just not enough by just the bottom, but the top was too much. Maybe lessen the angle, but go all the way across. Yeah. And what's really annoying is if you click here and then Control Z, and then click again, it starts another one. It doesn't keep that it was your last click was here or down there. It just ignores it altogether. Now you're fine. Oh man. I have literally been doing this, what, for an hour straight after building the foundation to be able to get this far earlier in the day for probably another hour. So will it take me 4 hours for one texture? That's insane. Oh, I'm probably dropping frames. Uh-oh. Am I back? I have no bandwidth. Thank you. I hope y'all get faster. You have a good night too, man. I probably should get to bed too. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. Mother-in-law's coming over too. Now the problem I'm going to have is that brick is going to stand out like crazy if I tile this. You know what? This is in my Unity folder here. Let's do this. Let's go to my PSD folder. Right, there it is. And of course, I'm an idiot and kept those layers over top of everything. Save. There we go. And let's say 128. It is a multi-sprite. Sprite editor. Oh, we need to Cancel first. This, go to point, go to 32. Sprite editor, apply, yep. And slice, automatic. Pivots to centers, delete existing. By grid size. 128, 128, slice. So that is a tile by itself. I think the contrast is going to be too high and it's going to stand out like a sore thumb that it's tiling. So save this. Let's just create a duplicate of this whole scene. Wow, what did I just do? Pasting in a YouTube link. Test tiles. Put it under dev too. Load that scene. Test tiles. Okay. Load that tile palette. Come on, Unity. Great big area. Erase. Of course, it's the wrong layer. Ground. And let's get rid of the trees. Boom. And probably low colliders. Deco. Ground. There we go. Top deco. Boom. Okay, now let's go to our dungeon one. This up here for right at the moment. Grab our PSD. All of those. Put them over here. Right. Palettes. I gotta have to make a new one. I don't want to contaminate my other stuff. Tech made. There's your problem. Extra one there. Okay. Don't get why it does this. It's stupid that it does it. Come on. Oh, edit. That's what I want. Move you like that. And then select all you. Move you to match. I don't know. This needs to be over there though. That, I guess, goes over there. Okay. One more editing. Bring my tile palette back down here. Zoom in enough we can see. Select my corner. And paint it. Paint it on ground, I guess. Side by side, they look like poo. Right? Because it's just too much. But when they're not side by side and they're just randomly placed in there, it ain't so bad. No camera. Turn off the grid somehow. How do I do that? I forget. Grid, maybe? Tile map? It's the colliders. I don't know. I can't see it. Maybe it's because I'm in the tile editor. Nope. Oh. Let's turn that one off. Go to W. There we go. It's a tool you have selected that does it. It's not as good as the originals. That's like, and I know I'm not done, but I got a lot of work to do to get even close to those originals in quality level. A lot of work. Okay, what if I did this? If I took the whole thing, Control Shift C, did a new Control Shift, oh, yeah, custom blur dungeon. Control Shift V, and then over this whole thing, do a filter, blur, way too much. That kind of adds a lot to it, actually. Three's too much. Two's too much around the outer edge somehow, but not the rest. Save. Look at that, there's a custom blur. And then we go multi 128, bilinear to point, automatic to RBGA 32, apply, sprite editor, slice by cell size 128, 128, slice, apply, close. And then we go to our tile map and we cheat. Because we tell it on this specific tile, you do not use that. And we open that tile. We grab this here, but instead we use this one. Crap. This tile. We're at the locked inspector. That is quite a bit of difference there. I don't know that the blur really helps it. Like, it definitely takes the sharp, jagged edge off, but I don't know that's what I really need. I mean, it looks blurry. Maybe it's a blur and then a correction over the blur or something? So that's normal. Let's do a different level of blur. Let's do a different blur too. Whoa, you can do 0.5 pixels? Ten. But one doesn't really do anything. You need to get up into rounding error territory, I guess, probably. Even 1.5 is too much. It just looks like you need glasses. One's too much. 0.5 ain't bad. Or Gaussian blur. Okay. So let's say filter. What other blurs do we have? And distorts and speckles and noises. Add noise. Point 0.5. One. It almost looks comic booky at that point, right? It's like it's torn from a page of a comic book. If it looked better. Filter. What happens if I blur it now? It probably eliminates it completely, doesn't it? No, you can still tell it's there. That's an interesting effect then. So the combination of the two gives it a lot more character. Wow. Okay, yeah. It's almost like somebody took a photo, I'm saying this horribly, like I'm making it sound like it's photorealistic. I know it's not. What I'm saying is if you take a photo and zoom in at extreme levels, it's going to have that noise on it. What noise was that? Just add noise, I think, wasn't it? don't know if that adds anything that I want. There we go. That's kind of cool. Not what we need, but kind of cool. Yeah, no, none of those are going to do any good, are they? Oh, that's got a little bit of a... Oh, what's it called? Spider-Verse feel to it almost, right? They had those weird effects in the movie that they were doing that made it look comic booky. Ego. Marquee tool. Now, I wish there was a way that you could set this thing to like lock to the grid, but no, they want you to have to click 47 times to do it. Or to type in dimensions, that would be amazing. I want a grid that is this big, please. You know, I'm gonna search that real quick. Photoshop, how to set exact size of selection. How to select an area with an exact width and height. Perfect. I'm going to select an area with the marquee tool. Once selected, you'll see a drop down called Style. Yep. Oh. That's not my size. With the default set to normal, select Fix Size from the options and enter the values into the boxes to the right. Notice this with this option, dragging the mouse is no longer necessary as the box is a fixed size. You just need to select the origin. Oh. I really should search Google more often. 256 so I can get both of them, right? V, transform it, and if I just click this and say negative height or negative width, right? It's now flipped, and then I just drag it over. Bingo. Okay, so now with my marquee tool in this awesome mode, I just click and drag. Yeah. That's amazing. Control Shift Z, Control Z, I mean, and then Control V. I need to rotate you. So I need to rotate you by 90 degrees. Yep. And then Just drag it over. Now, why does it always look like it's aliasing it a little bit when you do that? When you rotate by 90 degrees. I never understood that. Okay, and then just Control V again. I'm gonna rotate 180. Enter. No, cancel. Drag us in the corner. $270. Okay. -90 then. It's the same thing, Photoshop. Can't you do math? Oh no. Push Shift Z. Push Shift V. No. Okay, so I'm not selecting it apparently. Select all of you. Push Shift. Control C. Control V. Come on. And then this one needs rotated -90. And placed up here. Come on, you should lock into place. Why don't you? These pieces need to have their perspective set up so that the lines are almost perfectly vertical. And is it wrong that I'm not tired? Feels wrong. 'Cause that's going to be a problem, right? So because this one has vertical perspective to it, or perspective in this direction, and this one's in this, it makes a whoop for this piece here. If these were vertical and these had just a little bit, it would be okay. So if we go back to the originals, they don't take that into account at all. They don't use perspective. They're just vertical on all of the stone bricks because of that issue. Now these obviously have perspective. It's interesting. I was doing something to make it look right to me, which it did over here, but when you start copying it around, it won't work. Okay, yeah, I think that's gonna be it for me tonight, guys. I need to go to sleep before I wake up. That makes sense. This is an interesting take on my abilities. That I might be able to do something like this, right? Like this could be feasible in a game. It's not perfect by any means. It needs more work. But maybe? Night, everyone. Thanks for following if you followed. Catch you next time. Bye.